Okay, now I'm ready. Okay. Amazing. Oh, jeez. How I managed to screw this up so much, that's kind of impressive. Okay, cool. I need to come up with a good system because it takes me like 5 minutes to set things up every time. And I cannot start setting it up before the stream is actually up. Yeah. I will minimize myself, don't worry. Okay, so welcome. So today is time for Screeps. So what that means is we'll be improving our AI. And today I really want to concentrate on remote operations. So far all the logic I have built relates to the current room. And only that. Like there's nothing that would work with the other rooms around me. Now, you might notice that not too far away in the adjacent room where I am, there's a place to mine. So that's one thing I definitely want to exploit. And the second thing I also want to work on is being able to bootstrap an area with workers. So I basically want to have a logic that sends a creep into a room, and once the creep reaches that room, it will just flip into a normal worker. Because at that point, the spawn in that room will basically pick up on that creep and start using it as any other worker. So that's the goal for today. And yeah, we will see how that goes, how far we will get. But yeah, so far we are mining in our tiny square. One thing that's consistently happening actually is that I'm running out of resources. This container has like 300 energy and this container has like 98 energy, and that's it. So there's definitely a need for some sort of extra income from somewhere. And there's something buggy with this visualization. Yeah, like these creeps shouldn't be below the paths. That's kind of weird. Okay, anyway. And yeah, like I have huge deficits on these ramparts, like this. Okay, so these actually are pretty reasonable now. Yeah, okay, so this one is like 18 million energy to be fully repaired. So yeah, there's definitely, I'm running out of energy, let's just put it that way. So yeah, the first thing I really want to work on is the remote mining. And let me switch myself now to the small screen so you can see better. So yeah, we have this this source over here, and this one definitely should be mined. So how will I do this? And I'm getting the feeling that like this UI is weirdly bugged. Let me just open I will just open the web UI for a bit. Maybe that one will work better. Screeps.com. Right, okay, let me just deal with this. Am I still... Oh no, this should actually work. Or not, okay. Okay, give me a second, I need to deal with this login stuff. Profile. How do I... Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how to link my GitHub with an existing profile, which would be the thing that I actually would want to do here. Ah, no, I found it. Come on. Cooperate. Really, now it keeps remembering that I tried to register? Oh, that's annoying. Yep, I'm playing on the official server. Let me just... privacy and security. Where are cookies? Manage data. Screeps. Yep, remove selected. This should help. I mean, okay, so I'm still... Okay. But now... Damn it, seriously? This should just work. Like, what the... Why is it so insistent on not letting me through? How is it remembering this? Wow. Well, this is annoying, but what can I do about this? Probably not much. Screeps. Yeah, the problem is when I click on this. Oh, cool. Yes, we have one more person, which is very cool. Now the problem is I really don't know how to get out of this weird loop. I mean, I can do private window and then just log in over here. Okay, so do not go through Steam. Now go through GitHub. Oh, so it actually... Oh, cool. Okay, give me a second. I just need to use my second off. So points are only for channels that are... So it didn't work. What the heck? Why is this refusing to work? Right now I'm very confused, I have to admit. No, and yeah. Okay, finally managed to get in. Cool. That was very, very strange. World. Yeah? I don't even know what was that. Okay, anyway. And this is now not loading. Is there something wrong with the servers right now? Oh, no, here we go. Oh, but it's broken even here. Oh, okay, sure. Then, I mean, yeah. It seems to be back in on the Screeps side. So it means I cannot really do anything about that. And yeah, sorry, I wanted to answer this. So points are only for affiliates and partners. And I can click on the affiliate button right now, but I'm not sure if I want to. So yeah, we will see. Okay, anyway, back to the code. So where's my Screeps window? Here. Okay. I think I should do a bit of a cleanup here because there's a lot of craft over here that just kind of left over from the previous things I did. So workers, basically everything that I had previously should be handled with workers now. So we don't need explicit upgraders. Yeah. Do I actually have any upgrades? I don't think I do, but let me double check that. So if I go to my memory, in this room, so I have my worker limits per room. Also, I still have one upgrader and one builder. You know what? Let's first of all let's add another watch for this specifically, because this is something I will be accessing a lot. Yeah, so here we have the limits. So yeah, let's set the builders and upgraders to 0 and save that. And it looks like it didn't save. What the heck? Now it saved. Okay, that was a bit strange. No, it's back to 1. What the heck? Oh. I might have a bug in the code then. Because what I do is here in this init limits. Yeah. Okay, so this will be evaluating to false. Yeah, I think what I want to do is this. So if it's yeah, these ifs need to be a bit more involved. So either it's undefined or it's null, and that's the only case where I want to actually initialize it, because I don't want to overwrite it when it's a 0, because that's me setting it to 0. Okay, yeah, that's a definite yes. So memory upgraders. Okay, cool. Upgraders, the same logic, so only initialize it if it's undefined or null. And yeah, this basically will, yeah, this will keep just repeating everywhere, except here it's workers, and yeah, then we have this stuff over here. Yeah, I think I also want to do it for the jobs themselves. So this is controlling the limits of how many of a particular job I have. And the reason why I have this logic here is basically when I have a new room, which hasn't happened yet, but it will eventually happen. If I have a new room, or if I'm just upgrading this data structure and adding like extra field into it, well, then on the deserialization of the JSON that's stored in the memory, I will get an undefined or null. So that's why I need to be double checking these. But previously I was just checking it very simply, so it was like, you know, if not, then this. But that overrides the 0. So if I would like decide for, you know, a short period to just have no repair jobs, this will keep overriding that to 2, because this will go, oh hey, this thing is false, so let me just reset it. So yeah, that definitely needs to be changed. And to be fair, like this is not really a functionality I will be using too much, but it's very important to have it. Like there can be situations where I just need to very quickly build new stuff and really don't want to have, like, you know, the jobs being occupied by other things. So then I really might want to set some of the things to 0, and I really don't want this to like override it back to some default value. Okay, so we have the builders, upgraders, creep workers. Yeah, so that should be fine. So let's do, what was the command? Roll up, yeah, this thing. Okay, come on. Why? For some reason the copy pasting here is just very finicky, and I haven't yet figured out like what's the actual problem. Okay, so now let's just reload this. Set these to 0. Oops. Save. And now it shouldn't get reset to 1. I'm hoping. Okay, so it's 0. Let's just look at it for like a couple of ticks to make sure that it somehow doesn't, you know, resurrect. Okay, cool. It's fine. So, and we are probably building something that I don't want to actually build, right? What is this? Builder. Yes, we are building a builder, which is annoying. Well, okay. No, we're building a worker. Cool. Yeah, one of the issues I'm running into is that because I always kind of spawn them together, their lifetimes are very synchronized. So there's always this period where like things just keep respawning because all of the creeps kind of were created in this like short time span. Who are you and why are you not moving? Builder. Right, because there's nothing to build. Well, that makes sense. Let's just kill you then. Because I really don't need any builders anymore. So I'm building a worker. Okay, so I'm just building workers now, which is cool. Where's the last upgrader? So this is the last upgrader. So let's, and his, yeah, sure. Let's just kill him as well. And we'll be basically screwing our economy for a short bit, but I really want to clean this up so I can actually move the code for these units out of the code base. Because right now I cannot, like, I mean I could, but they basically get stuck somewhere and stop moving and then just get in, you know, be in the way of other workers, which is annoying. So yes, now we can go back to here. So we only have workers now. So the upgraders, yeah. So what I will do is just rename this. So I will not be deleting it for now, just for like sanity reasons. So the sweeper the same. Drills we still have, and harvesters we don't have. Yeah, and builders also not. Okay. Yeah, so the only logic we're using is the worker, which is if he doesn't have any energy, then it will go to collecting energy. If it's completely full with energy, it will go working. Oh, wait a second. Okay. I did change this logic from last time. So last time, for the resource pickup, I was just looking at structures that contain resources. So this was, if we go here, this was the big storage, which keeps getting empty because, you know, I'm not like overflowing with resources. It's these containers that are below the drills. But what I changed is now, whenever there are resources on the ground, they will get preferentially picked up. And it's pretty aggressive. It will basically, whenever a creep needs to pick up resources, it will not even check if those resources satisfy the requirements of the creep. It will just basically go for even a single resource. Now, that will not really cause issues because since the energy decays over time, if there's like a small cache of resources somewhere, within, you know, a few ticks, the energy cache would disappear anyway. So the only thing I should maybe do here is actually check if it's meaningful to go there, as in if the creep is too far away from the resource to get there to pick up anything. That could be a check here. Yeah, okay, actually that sounds like a great idea, so let's just make that note. Check if the distance is not bigger than the cache, otherwise the creep can't get there before resources expire. Right? So, yeah. So we only really need the workers. So let me also fix the logic in main. Maybe I don't have to, maybe it got refactored when I renamed things. No, it didn't, obviously. Okay, sure. Oh, actually maybe it did, because now it's, I anyway rename it here. Okay, that's fine. So let's just put these to the top. That's oh. That's fine. What are you complaining about here? Interesting. So for the remote operation, it's kind of like the drills. So how the drills work is, when they are spawned, they basically get assigned to a specific source of energy. Where do I actually have the logic? I think it's in respawn. Let me check that for you quickly. Right here is the ensure sources have drills. So we have this set of sources, which is just a set of IDs, and we have the drill map, which is a map from the set ID, and it's represented here as not a ID source. It has to be a string because the key of a map needs to be an int or a string, I think, or like, I mean, a number or a string. And then it just points to the creep that's responsible for that specific source. And then I also have a spawning thing. It's basically telling me that this might not be needed actually, but basically this is kind of tracking which creep is currently spawning, so I don't end up double spawning things. Honestly, this will be required for once I have multiple spawns. Right now it's not a big deal because I didn't realize that the creep actually exists from the moment you start spawning it. So from that moment, the entity that represents the creep exists, and all the logic can be run on it. So you don't really need to track like the in progress spawning creeps. So yeah, first we check if we can actually spawn, you know, if there's anything spawning, and we preferentially spawn the drills over other units. So this goes first. So it, you know, if there's nothing spawning, the drill will be the first one to basically grab the slot. Then we go over all the sources. You know, we check if the creep exists. So we, you know, grab it by ID from the game object, and if it's not now, then, you know, we know that the drill for the particular source is still alive. If it isn't, then we try to spawn one, and that's basically the entire logic. Now, for the remote mining, I'm thinking that it should be very similar, as in I will be spawning in not necessarily drills, because I can kind of do the same. I can have a drill that's sitting on top of a container, but that becomes very complicated because then I need to have workers that come and pick up the resources, and then also workers that come in and like fix the container, which I feel is like, at that point, the efficiency I get from having this setup where I have, like, you know, the creep sitting on the resource is kind of lost. So I really feel what I should be doing, I should just have workers come in and mine the resource, and we will just kind of optimize for, you know, the round trip times of the workers, because there's only limited space around the resource. Let me actually have a look at that. I don't remember if it was like 1 or... It should be 3 spaces. So I think it's... You can mine from any direction, including diagonal, if I remember correctly. So there's 1 space, you know, to the south, 1 space to the east, and 1 space to the southeast. I think that's how it works. So we can have like 3 miners on this at the same time. And then really what we want, so we want the creep to remember what's its target, as in where it should go to mine things, and it should also remember where it should drop off resources, and in this case there will be just dropping of resources in this container. No, sorry, not container, in this storage. Yeah, so I kind of feel that's what I want. So let's try to write this logic. Let's call it remote miner, and I guess let's just copy the drill logic for now. Okay, so there's a source ID. So this is the ID of the source that will be mining, and it's in the memory of the creep, which is good. But we also creep.memory.drop id is undefined. So the same idea here, like if we don't have a place to drop off the resources, then, you know, same problem. And we need to extend our memory, right? So creep memory right now, oh yeah, okay. Drop ID will be ID structure storage. Yeah, so it needs to be an ID of a storage. Okay, so this is either undefined or the ID. So then what's the actual logic here? So drill map get, so this is just updating. Yeah, so this is just updating the mapping. Yeah, so this is here because, and we will not need it for the remote miners. So for the drills, this is important because we need to make sure that since the spawn doesn't have like an on spawn method, at least I don't think so, I haven't seen one. Basically, there's no way to kind of hook to the event of spawn being just finished, right? So since we cannot really monitor for that, we need to make sure that the drill itself will ensure that the mappings are done correctly, as in it will record itself to be the drill assigned to a specific resource. But that's only here to ensure that we only have ever one drill per resource, which isn't the case with our remote miners. So this is perfectly fine. Okay, wait a second. Memory, so, okay, right. I just deleted this shortcut. So we will probably not have the drill map. Now the question is, like, on what level do I want to limit this? I probably want to have a mapping from a source, like a limit of miners per source, essentially, right? So this would be a map from the source ID to what? This probably will be something I will need to recompute on every cycle, maybe. I don't... How would I cache this? And I'm thinking about caching because ultimately the CPU will be like, right now my memory is nothing. I'm using like 2 kilobytes out of 2048. So I still have plenty of space, but like on the CPU side, you know, well, actually, yeah, on the CPU side I'm like way more free to do whatever I want. This is like a 1 to 1000 ratio. This is 1 to 10-ish ratio. So yeah, like whenever there's an opportunity to cache anything, obviously I want to do it. But okay, let's just make it easy for myself for now, and let's just say that the way I figure out how many creeps for like remote miners for particular source I have, I will just loop over all the creeps. That will be expensive, but I mean, yeah, I can come up with some smarter structures later. Okay, so we have the drill logic here. So let's have a look what the drill logic actually is. So drill logic is get object by ID So this will be the source ID, sure. And then if we are at the source, we just harvest. If we are not at the source, yeah, okay. So what I definitely need is this logic. Okay. So we need to use the working flag, which wasn't needed for the drills, but it is needed for the remote miners, because the moment they are full, as in this flag, I want to go and drop off the resources. So yeah. So if we are not working, we want to drill. The moment we are working, the logic should be and yeah, I don't really need to make this kind of shorthand over here. Come on, I should have something like a drop logic or something like that. Harvest energy deposit logic. Yeah, okay, but this is not to a specific pick up resources, scheduled resources. Yeah, I kind of want something similar to this, except I don't want this find closest by range logic over here. What I want really is just, I know where I'm supposed to drop off the resources, so let's just go there and drop them off. That's it. So yes, this will need a slight modification. So just copy this and call it store resources in store resources by ID. Yeah. So instead of just taking that, we also want to take structure ID, structure storage, or ID structure container. Because technically, like, I can have situations where I want to put in a container instead of storage. So then what I want to do is game get object by ID with the structure. So this is my, oh, it isn't get object by yes, I shouldn't be using a string. Wait, but this should, what? Wait, do I really need to write this in 2 steps? That's kind of annoying. So what's happening here, it's kind of degrading into a string, which does make sense, but I mean, realistically, these two IDs will be the kind of the same thing, so yeah, I think I have to just call it twice, right? Any structure, yeah. And I need to have this very silly logic, which is like if structure damn it, it's the type of thing that I want to do. Type of typescript. Type of I mean, maybe I actually want this as a helper function, because realistically what I care about, the only thing is the position. No, I actually want this logic, the transfer. What does this take? Structure contain... no, transfer takes a creep structure, any structure, I guess. Okay. So then, do I just want to return the structure constant? Maybe that's what I want. Yeah, let's just make a helper. So this function will just take the ID and it will get me back the structure constant. Yep. So what I want is if structure yeah, if type of structure equal... no, but what is... yeah, I think I want instance of. Maybe. Actually, what am I doing? I'm totally overthinking this. I should just be doing this. Yeah. Oh. Straight up this, right. This... oh, it can be null. Ooh, that's annoying. Well, okay. That's something I can live with. And then we need a second one, which will be... yeah. This is the way to do it. Structure container, which returns a container. And yep, that should be fine. Yeah, it's declared not read, that's fine. So deposit will be get structure, get structure of my ID, right? Yeah, of structure. And you are still not happy about this. What is the problem? It's not assignable parameter of... that's... wait a second, like this definitely... I'm not dreaming. There was an example like this in here somewhere. I have seen it. Is number... Where the heck have I seen this? Okay, let's search, because I'm pretty sure this should work. Overloading, overloaded functions. Well, I mean, this is what I have, so why is this complaining? Are incompatible? Opaque tag. Is it just that the language doesn't like me to call something where it's not obvious which one of these it will be? But that's a bit weird, because that's, like, at runtime I will have this information, so why would it not? Huh. This is interesting. Let's try to find something on this topic. So this is to be TypeScript union type function overload. I think those are like the correct keywords. Oh, really? So I need to do... Oh, I need to do the resolution myself. Oh, that's annoying. Well, okay, so I cannot do it this way. Oh, jeez. Okay, if I do structure dot... Oh, you know what? I'm kind of done with this for now. I will just use the replicated function, because this, I'm just getting wrapped up in nonsense. This really isn't important. Okay, so we have our deposit. Yep. So then if deposit, then transfer deposit and deposit. As structure container or structure, oops, or structure storage, was it? I think, yeah, it was storage. Storage, yes. and now it's okay with this. Okay, so then back to the remote miner. So if we are working, if you are not working, then just keep drilling, and the moment you are full, store logic, store resources by logic ID. So the creep, and then the ID will be from memory. So this will be the this one. Because I think this should work as logic for the remote miners. So we check we have the information we are expecting, as in we have the source ID and we have the drop ID. If we do, then if the creep is empty, then it will go back to drilling. If it's full, it will go to dropping off, and then if it's drilling, then drill. If it's dropping off, then drop off. That should be good. Now, what I need to do in the respawn, I will need an extra function here. So right now I have the ensure sources have drills and the respawn, like the basic respawn. And realistically what I want is something like ensure ensure remote source has miners or something. Yeah. So this will, we need to spawn from somewhere, so this will need a structure spawn, definitely. We will need the minimum number, yes. And we will need the source, and we will need the drop-off point. So this will be the source, which will be structure source. Is it source? Resource. What the heck is the thing called? It's the, it is source. So wait, oh, it's not structure. It's just source. Right? Source. Yes. And then the drop off, which will be a structure structure container or structure container or storage. Yep. Okay, and then yeah, basically based on the source ID, we will need to loop over the creeps and figure out if we have enough creeps for this particle source. Okay. So I think, yeah, I will need for const creep of game.creeps. Yes. What are you complaining about? Oh, I cannot iterate over this. That's annoying. Why cannot I iterate over this? This is strange. TypeScript iterate over map. I need to do for each. Ah, I need to do key value. Oh, okay, obviously. It makes perfect sense. Sure. So again, this was a map from the ID to the creep. Okay. Still not happy with this. Are we running tsconfig ES 2017? Oh, we might be running on an older. Okay. Yeah. So need to be a bit more annoying. So do I have game.creeps. No? Ooh, this is annoying. Yeah, it doesn't even have the for. Or maybe it does have a for each. No, it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, but this doesn't even have the. Okay, there's just some shenanigans with the versions of TypeScript. Because, yeah, this should definitely be offering me the like entries and whatnot. Okay, if I do this, will that work? Game.creeps. Okay, maybe this will work. Yeah, okay, so, or I mean, technically we could also go memory creeps. What is this? Is this a map as well? Yeah, this is a map as well. But I actually want to iterate over this thing, because I only care about the memory of the creeps. I don't really care about the creep object themselves. Value dot source ID. Right, so if we have a source ID, or actually if the source ID is source.id, yeah, so if it's this source, then just count it. Right, so let count be 0. We just count them, so this will count the number of creeps that are assigned to this particular source. And then if count is less than minimum, then we want to spawn. So we want to spawn role, and then we set its memory. Right, basically this piece of logic. Yeah, and I will just call it remote miner. Maybe I want to keep the creep prefix. Yeah, I'll just keep the creep prefix, even though I'm not really using that for anything, honestly. So the role will be remote miner, and actually let's quickly check that. So in my globals, no, where the heck does this live? Is it here in my respawn? Ah, yes. So yeah, okay. Slight adjustment needed. Yeah, so this will be basically a copy of a normal worker, because we just need the carry work to actually mine and then move, and that's it. Like, there isn't really anything special about this guy, but what I actually need here is the description of the body parts, which is roles remote miner. Yeah, so new name, and then the memory will be role will be okay. Let's, since I keep doing that, so const role is remote miner, and then I can just reuse this. So role, room, spawn, room name, working should be false at the beginning, because we first want it to go and mine. I mean, even that actually doesn't matter, because on the first tick it would flip the logic anyway, but okay. But we would definitely want to set the source ID. So the source ID will be source.id, and the drop ID will be drop off.id. What are you complaining about? Oh, because in the memory I just set structure storage, but I also want ID structure container, just for flexibility. Yes. So now this piece of code is happy, which is good. So we count the number of creeps, and actually we should have one extra check here. So if value.row is not remote miner, and actually let me just move this around a bit. So we set the row at the very beginning. Okay, so if this, so we go over all the creeps, or to be more specific, around the memory of each of the creeps. If the role is not remote miner, then we don't count it. If the mine is, if this is a creep that's assigned to a different source, then we also move on, and otherwise we just count them and everything should be fine. Okay. So technically this should just work. Technically. Now, okay, so in my main I need a bit of extra logic here. So okay, how do I want to do this? I think what I will do is, in my room one of my limits, which is over here. Yeah, okay. But okay, so this is not Oh jeez. Right here, like I need to put it into the main memory. So in the main memory, what I do want to have is a map from sources to the number of creeps that should be mining from them. So remote, let's call it, yeah, remote miners. This will be a map from ID source to number. Damn it, how do you write this again? I already had a map somewhere. Did I remove it? Wait a second. I definitely did have a map somewhere. So there's a bunch of sets. Drill map. Okay, so where the heck is drill map? Oh, because I stored it just a string. Sure. That's cool. So then in my main I need to have the same, yeah. So let remote miners map be map from ID source to a number, and then I will just try to parse it from my memory, and if I fail I will just reset it to default. And then at the end of my main I need to do the opposite basically. So let's just copy this over. Yep. So JSON parse. So this will be memory, yes, memory dot remote miners. Yeah, and then at the end of my main remote miners will be json.stringify remote miners map. Yep. And yeah, I know that this is probably an overkill, but I had issues with this working. Technically, maybe I don't have to do the stringify, just this expansion should be enough. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that, and yeah, we will see exactly what's happening. Okay, remote miners, that's all cool. Yeah, so we need to add the logic over here. So case remote miner, then worker, no, remote, wait, what? Yes, I didn't actually import it. Okay, so now over here, remote miner, so remote miner dot run creep break. Okay. Okay, and then we just need the spawning logic. So this one. So let's ensure that remote sources actually, let's put it, yeah, let's put it down here. Because there definitely can be a situation where I'm accidentally sending my miners into a hostile room, in which case I would basically keep spawning the miners and they would just keep dying. So I first want to ensure that I have my local economy running as I need it, and only then spawn remote miners. Okay, so the source is this, from which the spawn is that, from which I want to spawn it. Then the next thing was the minimum. Right, I need a second thing. So I also need... So this will be basically a for loop, right? So this will be for, you know, sources, but this will need to be a list somewhere. Yeah, let's just do it very quickly over here. So let's have a set ID source. So let const source ID of x, and the x we will need to replace, and this is not iterable again, right? No, okay, cool. It's actually a different error. Okay, so then we want to grab from memory dot, not memory, remote miners map, right, for the source ID. So this will be the current number of the limit for that source ID. So this will be const limit. So limit, then the source ID, and then evil.room.storage. Yeah. If, okay, let's just do it step by step. So if evil.room.storage. So if we somehow have lost our storage, then just don't do this. Remote miners, what are you complaining about? Element implicitly has type any because type has no index signature. Yeah, this is the problem with the strings and other stuff. Yeah, let's just have it as a string. I mean, that's not a deal breaker here. I mean, this is a bit weird. Okay, anyway. So we have the limit. Oh yes, and then if not limit, then just bail out again. So remote source has miners. Yeah, it was in the respawn. So wait. Oh, these I'm importing manually, am I? Yes, I am. And I should stop mixing up my cases because then the code looks horrible. Yeah, it's miners, okay. Back to the main. Okay, so source ID is not as ID source. It's not assignable. Oh yes, because here I don't want the source ID, I want the actual object, right? So const source will be game dot get object by ID, source ID, and then we if not source, then again skip over this, and I will need to add some logging because otherwise this will just like all these ifs will just skip over themselves and not really report any errors, which should be quite annoying. Even room storage. I mean, I am very explicitly testing. Oh no, crap. Exactly the opposite test. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this seems kind of working, except I'm still missing the actual, like, a list of sources that I want to remotely mine from. So this will be wait, so is it a street? What did I put here? I put ID source. Okay, sure. And yeah, then I want this logic over here. Yeah, I'll just call it remote sources, and I need to put it into my types. So this will be remote sources string. Now remote sources, right? Okay. And I need to, well, I actually don't need to serialize this because remotely mine sources. Sources it should be, right? Sources. I don't need to serialize this because this is input only. Although, even though it's input only, I kind of remote sources. Yeah. Remotely mined sources. Yeah. The thing is, I should never really touch this, so this is kind of pointless. But for like the bootstrap, I think if I wouldn't do this, then yeah. Hello, welcome back. If I didn't do the serialization, I feel like, although this actually might not store it anyway. Okay, we will see. Like, I'm still a bit unsure about some things in JavaScript, but yeah. So the last thing before I actually try this, I just want to add some logging over here, because if I hit any of these ifs that kind of stop me from generating my remote miners, I definitely want to know. Storage not found in evo.room.name. Oh, that's cool. What are you working on? So this one is we didn't find the limit. Limit for source ID dot source ID not found. Okay, yeah. Ah, okay. Like an anti-scalping thing? That would be very appropriate for current times. And the last line over here, remote miner not spawned, source not found. Okay, I think we are ready. I think we are ready to push this into Screeps and see what explodes. Okay. Let's see. So right now I'm kind of hoping like nothing will happen. That's kind of that's kind of the goal. It seems to be that nothing exploded. So if I now look at my memory, yeah, so there's remote sources. Okay, perfect. Okay. Actually, I will switch to restart window. Because this should be, yeah, this should be easier to see for you guys. Okay, so I want to add one more watch, which will be remote sources. Okay, so if I now add remote, oh, I need also the limits, right? Remote miners. Okay, so if I add remote sources, yeah, so this is how a map is serialized. This, okay, sure. So let's get this ID. Okay, I really don't know if this will work, but we will see. So this is the ID of the source. So let's do remote sources. So this should just add this remote, oops, this, oh, come on. This remote source. So let's do apply. Okay, let's reload the memory. Yes, so we have a remote source. Still shouldn't really... Yes, so remote miner not spawned, limit for this resource was not found. Perfect. So that part is working. So now remote miners, what I want to do is basically this this resource. Okay, once again, what's the syntax? It's just a tuple. Okay, cool. So remote miners, this will be let's say, let's spawn 3 of them, and I think it's like this. Oops. Save. Console. Remove miner response source not found. That's interesting. So it doesn't find the source. Why would that be? Okay, let's read up on what the game by what this API actually is doing. So documents, API reference. So game get object by ID. Get an object with a specified unique ID. It may be a game object of any type. Only objects from the rooms which are visible to you can be accessed. Ah. That makes perfect sense. So I cannot grab an object by ID if I don't have a visibility into the room. There was a thing here somewhere for visibility. No? And okay, let me just close this because I keep switching to it accidentally. Not this window, this window. So there's a road, rampart, container, link, extractor. Okay. Well, I don't have access to the observer yet. But I mean, one way to get visibility is to just have a creep park there. So do we want to have like a observer creep? Perhaps that would be a solution here. So if we go to creep, so how did it work with the lifetime of the creep? Spawning texture leaf. And there's definitely a relation between the number of body parts and the lifetime of the creep, I think. Movement, damage. Oh, any creep has this life cycle. Oh, so it doesn't matter how big the creep is, it's always the same. Okay, sure. Well then let's just make an observer creep, which will be very simple. So observer, which will just be one move, and yeah, so that will be, yeah, okay, so I will kind of need the same logic as I have for the ensure sources have drills, because I want to have one observer in every room that I'm interested in. Okay, so then I want rooms, which will be a string. Come on, this should be just a string. Don't go crazy on me. Yeah. So this will be okay. Well, I need to start making notes. Set ID source. This one is map from ID source to number. So rooms will be a set of I guess rooms are by your names, so there will be a set of strings. So this will be the list of rooms where I do want to have observers. Now yeah, I will need observer map, which can be a string, but in reality it will be a map of ID, no, map of string to ID creep. Yeah. And then yeah, then I pretty much just want to follow the same logic as for the drills. Right, so ensure sources have drills, just copy this and it will be ensure rooms have observers. Ensure rooms have observers. Okay, so I will get a list of rooms again, so this will be a set of strings. And then not the drill map, but an observer map. Observer map, which will be a string to ID creep, that's perfect, and spawning set string. Yeah, I think I can reuse the spawning logic. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so spawning, check if each of the sources, so each of the room of rooms, observer map get room. If there is no creep, sorry, if there is a creep, I don't know what's happening today, I keep reading these not equals in exactly the opposite way than they are. So if there is a creep, we get the creep by ID. So it'll be observer. If the observer exists, then everything is perfect, right? So observer name will be observer and then the room. Right. Observer name. Spawning has observer name, so if we are already spawning this one, then don't try to spawn it again. So roles observer, and room will be room. Room observed. Yeah, let's call it like that. Other way around. Observed room. That makes way more sense. Okay, so then on the creep memory, observed room is thing that can potentially be here, and that's just a string. Okay. So observed room working. I don't really need working for this guy, but okay, sure, I can just set it to true. That's fine. Oh wait, I already have a room field? Oh, I do. Okay, sure. Then I don't need this. Okay, yeah. So the room will be just room. Okay. And we don't need the observed room. Failed to spawn. Observer name. Perfect. Spawning. Observer name. And I think that's it for the spawning. Yep, that looks pretty good. So then basically, well, I will need the logic for the observer. That's one thing that's currently missing. But for the spawning, it will be pretty straightforward. So this will be just before here, ensure rooms have observers. And I need to import this observer. Oh, come on, observers. So this will be rooms observer map spawning. Yep. So this thing needs to be imported from ensure rooms have observers. Yep. Sorry, from respawn. Yeah. So and yeah, I don't have this stuff initialized. Right, so let rooms will be a set of strings. Try yeah, basically this logic again. Oops, without this part. So rooms, and this is a set of string, and this will be memory dot rooms. Okay, and then I need the map, which is the map of the observers to rooms, or I guess the other way around, rooms to observers. Which way is it actually? Rooms, observer map get room. So it's rooms to observers. Okay. So observer map will be a string to ID creep. Okay, so this needs to go here, this needs to go here. And it's coming from memory dot observer map. Cool, and these two we definitely need to serialize. So memory dot observer map will be JSON dot stringify of expand of observer map, and then the same for the rooms. So rooms will be json.stringify of rooms. Easy. So we serialize, deserialize. I'm still missing, and we spawn. So everything is in place except for the piece that actually does the observer logic. Fortunately, observer.ts, right? So this thing will be actually super simple. So we check if we have. Well, we always have room, so that's fine. Okay, so what we want to do is if creep dot move to game dot get okay, how the heck do I just move to a room? That's interesting question. Find route to room. From the given room to another room. Okay, so I cannot do this simply, I guess, right? Room position. Room. Okay, creep. So when we move with our creep, attack, build, claim, dismantle, drop, harvest, heal, move. Okay. 1 square in the specified direction. So that we can get a path. Okay. We can do it through getting a path and then moving by the path. Now the thing is that this does accept positions within other rooms. But the problem is that I don't know how to actually get that. So game representing the world map, rooms. Oh, so we can get a room. No, so this only returns visible ones. Okay, so this will... So I think I need to go through the map, realistically. Find exit from room to room. Find the exit direction from the given room and route to another room. Is this what I want? There's also so wait, what does this actually return? Find root, creep room, another room name, root length bigger than 0. Exit, find closest by range, exit, move to exit. Yeah, I think this is pretty much what I want. Okay, so find creep.memory.room. So if root, what is this complaining about? Length does not exist on type -2. Because this thing finds right, sure. So if root is -2, then just return and yeah, maybe just log stuff. So console.log failed to send observer creep.id to room creep.memory.room. Okay, that should be good enough. So now the length is fine. Move to exit and right, obviously this will, so this can be a null. Ooh, okay, so if exit is null, then again I want to just bail out, but I want to failed, yep, and that should be all the logic for an observer. So as long as we have a path that's longer than 0, it will just keep moving until it reaches the destination room. Okay, so this should be the logic for an observer. So then in my respawn I do have observer defined, which is good. So then in here, case observer, then please okay, need to import it obviously. Import star as observer from logic observer. Cool. So then down here we just use it. Okay, so if this creep is an observer, then just run the observer logic on this creep. Break. Yep. Cool. Oh geez, that's a lot of stuff. So okay, entry rooms have observers, should spawn the observers if I have specified the room in the room set. And once I have an observer, it should just start moving towards the location, and then the moment it's in the room, I should get visibility into that room, and at that point it should just start spawning the remote miners, and it should just work. Damn it. Okay, let's see what I have broken right now. Maybe it will work, like who knows. Oh, we have invaders coming in. Something interesting is happening. Typer cannot read property limits of undefined. Oh crap. Okay, I have a big problem now. Where is that? Job. What the heck? This is bad. This is really bad. All my logic is now stopped, and jobs limits. Wait, what? Limits of where is that happening, damn it? limits room memory. What line was that? 52. Room memory limits. What the heck? Why is this undefined? Yeah, something definitely happened. This is not good. Yeah, I'm under attack. Oh crap, that's bad. Wait, room.memory. Oh, did I just nuke my rooms? Oh, that was so stupid. Yes, I did. Where was that happening? Yeah, this thing. Oh, damn it. Okay, what happens if I... Oh, that's so annoying. That was a stupid mistake. Yeah, I want to remove this thing. Ah, such a stupid mistake. And just as I get attacked, like that's just... Will the rooms initialize correctly? I think they might. Job wrapper of undefined. Oh, that's so annoying. Yeah, this is an empty object now. Ah! Why do I have to get attacked right as I make an error? That's so bloody annoying. Where do I initialize this thing? Rooms. Rooms.memory limits. Okay. Limits. Room.memory limits. So should, I mean, this should just initialize. Like, what the heck? Why is it not initializing? I don't get it. And this thing will kill everything I have. Why is this happening? Okay, again, what the heck is the error? Job repair of undefined. Job.ts. Line 52. So it's still the same thing. So it's room memory limits job repair. So limits is undefined. How is limits undefined? Ah! Sorry, I'm just in the process of dying right now. How is this undefined? I'm explicitly initializing this. Are you kidding me? How is this happening? Room.memory. Okay. Like if this... Okay, so that doesn't work. So if not memory Yeah, I don't get it. What exactly is the problem? Like something is completely broken. If room.memory is undefined or room.memory is null, then console.log. Okay, actually I forgot I can do this. How do I do this? Okay, I should have done that at the very beginning. Save mode, yes. Oh jeez, okay. Hey, welcome back. Now I can concentrate for a bit. What the heck is happening? I have no idea. Like the only thing I can think about is the room memory is undefined, but like how would that... I just somehow managed to nuke my memory and it's not really recovering. So let's see. So this is not a problem. So we have room memory. Okay, so let's just try to log this. This is crazy. I really have absolutely no idea what exactly has broken. So it's still cannot read property jobs repair of undefined. Jobs repair. I mean, that's part of the limits. Hey, I just almost died. That's how it's going. I totally forgot that like the safe mode is a thing, so I was like panicking for like 5 minutes. But yeah, otherwise things are progressing, but you know, it could be better. Just put it that way. Right now I have some weird issue where like my memory isn't initialized correctly somehow, and yeah, so it's explicitly these limits, like limits.jobs repair. It's saying that limits is undefined, but how is that possible? I mean, right here we should be setting it. Okay, let's just make very quick check. So this thing gets called, so this is job scheduler. So this is job scheduler, constructor of job scheduler. Okay, so where does that get called? The job scheduler is called in here. Which is very stupid because that's actually happening before I initialize the limits. So it makes perfect sense that the limits are not initialized. Okay, cool. Jesus. Why do I make mistakes like this? This is just amazing. Oh my god. Okay. I'm the like mind-blown state where I was like, hey, I do initialize the limits. Why are they not initialized? Yes, but like the order matters. Okay, finally. So this thing is getting killed. I should be slowly recovering. I have only one creep. Oh my god. That was close. Oh, jeez. Okay, let's just make sure that I actually spawn creeps in the correct order. So first I ensured that I have drills, then I spawn the upgraders and builders, which shouldn't be happening anymore, and then I spawn the workers. Okay. Whew, jeez. Yes, and I need to finally get enough resources to actually patch this thing together. But I will not create the construct jobs right now because I need to first recover. Why is it building a worker? It should be building a drill. Okay, this is fishy. Is it not correctly checking? No, it should be checking if the drill exists. What the heck? That's kind of strange. Okay, let's see. If the next thing isn't a drill, I have some bug in the code for sure. So this worker should just start doing stuff. And I probably don't have enough resources for a drill right now. Well... yeah, that's the problem. Because I don't have enough resources for a drill, what happens is that the drill doesn't get spawned, which leaves off enough resources for a worker to get spawned. Hey, that's a bit of an issue. Then maybe what I want to do is to kind of decrease. Yeah, this thing here, this is a bit of an error, but okay, I want limits. Wait a second. Yeah, that should be down here as well. So let's. Oh, so this got reset again. Okay, obviously. We want 0 builders, 0 upgraders. We want 2 workers for now. For things to kind of stabilize. So once we... So let's just double check. So this one is a worker, yes. This one, come on, is a worker. Okay, so once I have enough resources to spawn a drill, it should spawn a drill. Ooh, okay, that was like very stressful situation for sure. Whew, okay, yeah. Next time I seriously need to remember that I have the safe mode and I can activate it. Whew. Man. And also, like, the reason why this happened in the first place was such a stupid bug. I just accidentally deleted all my room's memory. Which is, like, so silly. So... yeah, so this should be called remote rooms. So basically what I'm doing is, if the limits are not set, they get set to default values. But then otherwise, the limits just live in memory, and that's it. Okay, so remote rooms. And over here, this will be remote rooms. Yeah. And you know what? Let's just call the variable remote rooms as well, because otherwise this will keep leading to issues. Yeah, remote rooms. Yeah. I mean, for the limits, I kind of wanted to have something that I can tweak real time, but then if it's not set, just go to like sane defaults. That's kind of the idea. So yeah, okay, let's try to push this again. Okay, so I have only one creep right now that's alive. And it's trying to very diligently to deliver these resources. Okay. I mean, it's not a critical situation. Like, this will recover, but it's pretty annoying. So how much do I actually need for a drill? It's not that much, right? It was like 550 or something. So this is like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. I should have enough resources for drill. So why is the drill not spawning? Oh, something is spawning right now. It's another worker, damn it. Yeah, I know. The thing is, this was getting built, but I just don't have enough resources in this room to kind of maintain everything. So this just decayed. That's why, like, this entire thing I'm working on today is remote mining, so I can get more resources into this room, so I can keep this rampart alive. It's just, yeah. I'm aware. It's just not enough resources. That's the main problem. But also right now, for whatever reason, my drills are not spawning, and I'm very confused about that. So let's just, you know what, I will just double check if the limits are currently, so okay, so it shouldn't spawn any more workers. Shouldn't spawn any more workers. Oh, it's because the spawning is right. This thing somehow got, man, like my memory got screwed up completely. What the heck? Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. I think now it's in a state where it should start spawning the drills. Oh, what the heck? Okay, give me a second. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Apparently we don't have hot water in the building. Interesting. Yeah, sorry about that. I just had my neighbor, ringing my doorbell, so had to deal with that. But yeah, that will be interesting for showering today for sure. Okay. So we have still resources, but this will take. Yeah, I will just babysit this. Like this will be pretty boring content right now, but I am really worried about kind of like not babysitting this. I really want my drills to get respawned, and once that happens, then I'm kind of, feeling better about everything. I mean, this is not like super fancy. Like the only thing is I have. Yeah, so because you just maximize the energy source if you have like 5 worker parts or something like that. Let me actually check that, right? So my drills have, yes, 5 worker parts. So since that basically like mines out all of the resources out of a source, I was like, okay, then let me just make a drill type creep that will just have one move and will slowly, creep its way to the source, and then just drill there, and minus the travel time from the spawn, it will just be like the most efficient thing to get resources out of the source. And then all the other units are just picking up resources from the ground or from the containers. And honestly, no, there's no wait a second. Yes, I'm finally getting a drill. Okay. No, not pre-spawning. I don't even know what that means. But basically, there's just a container. Yeah, I don't really know what to do with links. I have built one extra rampart, and I tried to build this one, but this one decayed. So I'm doing my best, guys. It's just that it's like these ramparts are super hard to maintain because they have a ton of energy. Yeah, I just survived a big attack. Well, not a big attack, a small attack that I just... Okay, so what happened is I pushed a new version, and there was a bug in the version, and I managed to nuke part of my memory, basically. And once that happened, basically all my logic stopped, and none of my creeps were doing anything. My towers weren't attacking, and at that exact point I got attacked by the neutral creeps that just roam around. So yeah, lots of fun. What is this creep doing? Why is it not moving? Oh, it was grabbing resources. Okay, sure. Oh geez, it was a very stressful moment like 15 minutes ago. And I mean, you can you can see it in the history. And the problem is, like, it took me like 5 minutes to figure out that I can press the stupid save mode. So I lost like everything. But yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Like the thing that I just coded, and that should actually work once I kind of stabilize my economy, is that I should have enabled remote mining. So this resource in the other room should actually now be in my like memory mini database as a target. And I should have 3 miners just going here mining this resource. But yeah, we haven't gotten to that point yet because of the attack. But yeah. I mean, it's everything is kind of coming slowly together. And yes, I still have my expansion plans. I definitely want to expand to this room over here because it's like looks super tasty and interesting. But yeah. How does Screeps see your code change? Okay, so on that front, I actually haven't really changed anything. So this is just the TypeScript starter, and what you do is you just do rollup -c environment main destination main, and okay, you maybe not see that. Okay, sorry. Let me just put it here. So this is the command rollup -c environment destination main. And I think the environments, you just, if you want to put it into like the simulation mode, then you just use something different here. But I basically, even though that's completely stupid, I shouldn't be doing that. I basically always push to main. But the basic idea is that, I just write some code and then I just push it, and generally it just works. And for the, like, if you're interested in the structure of my code, I can also go over that if you want. But just like the pushing of the code, that's straight up the TypeScript starter. There's nothing special happening here. But yeah, if you are interested in like how my setup kind of works, I can as far as the code goes, I can definitely go over that as well. Okay, we should be getting close to spawning the second drill, I think. Okay, why is this font so fuzzy? It's kind of ridiculous. And yeah, also there's some sort of bug today where the creeps are below the roads. Or I guess the roads are just like on the top level of everything because they overlap literally like all the buildings and everything. Okay, we should definitely be getting close to being able to spawn a drill. Like, what the heck is happening? Why is the second drill not getting spawned? Spawning. Wait a second. I think I have a bug in my code somewhere. Yeah, okay, let's reload. Ah, cool, yes, it is fixed. Okay, so this is not spawning anything, but I have in my memory a record that I'm actually spawning stuff. What the heck? Yeah, this is very strange. Okay, let me just clear this. This is because this is now blocking. This is now blocking the spawning of the second drill. Yeah, and now immediately it starts spawning. I will need to check that because that's definitely a bug somewhere. It could be that if I... Yeah, it's possible that if I'm missing more than one drill, then the code breaks. Actually, let's have a look at that. Maybe that will be something obvious. Not here, there's the logic for the drill. It will be in the respawn, right? Ensure sources have drills, right? So we go over all the sources. We check... Ah, yes, obviously. Yes, this will definitely break. Because here, I definitely need to break out of the loop. So the moment I start spawning something successfully, I need to get out, because I don't want the second like loop over the sources to go in and try to spawn the second one, because that one will fail, but it will still... No, so that one should fail. So why does it manage to get here? Okay, that's kind of curious, but definitely the break here is correct. Why would the spawn creep return success? Kind of strange. Okay, so this is our very slow drill that's slowly getting to the place. Okay, so now I can start ramping up my limits. So if we go to the limits, let's ramp up to 6 workers. Yeah, okay, and I think my economy should recover very quickly. But man, okay, yeah, it was very stressful situation, definitely. Okay, so let me just put the road here, and then after that is built, I will start with the ramparts again. The problem with the ramparts is, I think I will need... yes, I mean, definitely, well, autonomous with kind of like, I can give it like a high level objective, essentially, right? Like, I don't know, like, capture that room, or, you know, start mining from there, or, you know, these kind of things. And it will spawn the correct type of creeps, it will, you know, do the correct logic to kind of get an observer into the room, so I get visibility into the room and all this kind of stuff. Oh, it does? What the heck? That shouldn't be happening. Okay, let me quickly check that. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Seems to be okay on my side. Do you maybe have like multiple windows open with my stream? Because that would do it. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what would be causing that. But I mean, I just opened my stream for beta and checked it, and it seems fine on my side. Don't know. Like, okay, so to be fair, like, my room isn't sound treated, so the like sound is always a little bit echoey. But it shouldn't be like an echo. That's amazing. Jeez. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, okay, my economy is recovering because I have 4 workers now roaming around, so yeah, we should be good in a moment. Why did this guy change its mind? That's a bit strange. Yeah, the logic I have is still not... Oh, I know why. Ah, damn it. Yeah, this is a thing I tried to fix last week, but kind of didn't really manage to. So I have a pretty good resource scheduling logic for resources that are in containers. But because I didn't want to waste resources, I also tried to pick up resources from the ground. And that's completely screwing up everything. Ah, man, that's so annoying. But yeah, that's a thing that should actually stabilize after a bit, once we kind of go back into the resource deficit as usual. Because right now I have like overflowing resources on the ground, which shouldn't happen under like normal circumstances. Yeah, so this is like the 6th, I think. I should have 6 workers now with the one that's spawning. Let's just see the output. Wait a second, am I not logging that anymore? I thought I was. Huh, interesting. I thought I was still logging the number of creeps that I have. But yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I have only 4 workers still? I thought I had 5. Did one of them die? Huh, maybe they did. Interesting. Okay, yeah, this is getting refilled. Okay, and hopefully after all this kind of stabilizes, it will finally spawn the observer that will go to the adjacent room so I can get visibility into it, and then it will actually start spawning the remote miners. So this drill is working just fine. So that's, by the way, so these walls I just built to kind of create the same situation. So this resource always had only one access point, which is this space. But this one had a bunch of like places around it where the drill could go, so I blocked it out. It's just mining from the resource. So you can mine from the, you know, what is it, 8 directions, you know, orthogonal and diagonal. So it's literally just sitting here and there's a container beneath it. So the moment it drills anything, the resources go into the container, but now the container is full, so it's just dropping the resources on the ground. Yeah, and there are some of these workers are already starting to repair things, because I do actually have limits on the number of jobs. So I have 2 refill jobs, 2 repair jobs, and 4 upgrade jobs. So only 2 of the creeps will be going around refilling resources, Yeah, and this is basically happening dynamically. And the same, so basically what happens is there's a resource scheduler and a job scheduler. So the resource scheduler basically ensures that the creeps don't claim the same resource. So you know, if there's like this kind of situation, so there's a resource on the ground, there's like 1,000 energy on the ground, right? So as long as less than 5 creeps come for this energy, everything is fine. But if like 6 of them would decide to go here, the 6th one wouldn't get the full 200 energy out of it. So the scheduler kind of ensures that, okay, like you will go to a place where you will for sure be able to pick up the resources you want. And then the job scheduler is kind of similar. It basically scans the room for all possible jobs. As in, you know, it looks at like all the structures that might need repair, and then it has this pool of workers, and based on priority of the jobs, which is first refill, so make sure that, you know, the buildings that need to have energy in them, as in the spawn, the extensions or the towers are filled with energy, so that's number 1 priority. Then below that is building anything, so if there is a build request, build that. And then beneath that it's repair, and then it's upgrade, and then it's sweeping, which is like just picking up resources from the ground. And I think that one I actually disabled. Oh, actually, sorry, no. So sweeping is basically if you don't have anything to do, but you picked up resources, just drop them into the container. Into the storage, I mean. Which usually doesn't happen, and it's just kind of like, okay, like if there are resources, you know, free resources that you are able to claim, just put them into the storage, then someone will pick up the resources from the storage eventually. Okay. Now, what should have happened already is the observer oh, because I reset the memory, so I don't have that anymore. Right, okay, so remote rooms, yeah, so remote rooms, add this as a new watch, and this is a set, I think. Let me just go back quickly to the source code. Remote rooms is a set of strings, right? So I want to have an observer in this room, which is ES. To write it to the side because unfortunately this interface isn't really conducive to copy pasting. Okay, so let's just put it here and hit save. Okay, so what should happen now is it should spawn an observer. A drill with undefined source. Wait a second. That's definitely not correct. What the heck? Where is that coming from? So that's some bad copy paste. Yes. Okay. No. Wait. What? Source ID and an observer with undefined source. No, wait. This is I'm looking at the wrong file. I want to look here. Okay, so I'm somehow managing to spawn an observer with the logic of a drill. Well, that's fun. Where is that coming from? Rooms must have observers. Ah, row drill, okay. Observer. Well, what did you learn about C? Okay, so I will need to kill... I will need to kill the wrong respawned. Is it this guy? Observer, yes, so this guy needs to die. Okay, cool. Yeah, stuff is happening, but this thing should now... Oh, did I screw up my memory again? I have the remote... Okay. Let's look at the memory. So remote rooms, spawning observer, yeah. This needs to go away. Okay, let's just hope that I will not break anything. Yeah, I've been using C# for one of my modules for my overlay. Oh, wait a second, did my YouTube stuff again run out of quota? I think it did, which is freaking annoying because... Yeah, it did. God damn it, how is this possible? Like I seriously, like I increased decreased the rates to like 30 seconds every 30 seconds and it's still too fast. Within like 2.5 hours it runs out of quota. Like that's crazy. Stupid YouTube. Okay. Wait, it's still complaining that I have because I didn't push the source code. I'm such a moron. And actually I can fix it by doing this and just manually changing it to observer over here. You guy are no longer a drill. Please don't think that you are a drill. Now go and observe. Okay, cool. It seems to be working. Oh wait, my YouTube is back? What? I have a quota again? Wait a second, is it perhaps like a midnight somewhere in the USA? Because that would actually explain it. No, I'm like intermittently not getting the quota. That's so annoying. God damn it. Yeah, okay, I will need to deal with this at some point, somehow. But yeah, this is just like so painful. I don't know. Okay, observer is slowly marching to the exit. Oh, I'm so hoping this will work. Because if it works, it should basically start spawning remote drills, like workers that will go to the other room and start drilling the resource there. Oh, the suspense is killing me. He's getting close. He's getting close. He is in the room. And it will just sit here, which is... What? Where did he go? Why did he go back? Why is he coming back and forth? What the hell? That's not correct. What are you doing? Ah, that's bad. Damn it. Okay, so the thing is, I just copied this thing. So I think what I will do is, if I'm in the room, just like move. Damn it. Creep.room dot controller pause. Yeah, the problem is there doesn't really have to be a control. Trying to figure out like what would be like a good anchor for the observer to move to. Oh, yes, I can do flags. How do they work? I have... Okay. Features I have never used. So let's do this. Control scripting, global objects. Flag. Okay, so let's do it this way. So if I'm inside of the room, then creep.room.find find me find flags. Yes. Yeah, so let's find the flags, and if flags and flags 0, then creep dot move to flags 0 dot position, I guess. Yeah, so if we are in the room, just move towards the flag if there is one. And then let's just add a flag like in here. What the heck is the secondary color? Very strange. and I need to push the code. Yes, okay, it's working. Perfect. I don't know, maybe because that's a great idea and I generally choose the stupidest thing always. Yeah, I mean, okay, let's not fiddle with this, but yeah, that's a good point. So you say flex room name. Okay. Okay, so let's do it. So let's create a flag over here with the name of the room. So E26S1. Yeah, as the second flag. Now let's just change the logic of this guy. So you set game flags at creep.room.name. Creep dot, well, okay, let's do if it exists, then move to it, and let's just shorten it. Yeah, so if we have a parking flag, then just move to the parking flag. Dot pos. Yep. Okay. So this should work as well, and thanks for the tip. So this guy should move one up. Yep. Okay. Cool. So I can get rid of this one. And my remote miners seem to be mining just fine, which is very cool. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, my memory right now is a complete mess because, so let me show you. I'm doing this crazy stuff where basically at the beginning I kind of deserialize things because I want to use like the fancy maps and fancy sets, and then at the end I just serialize it into a string inside of my code, which probably isn't the best idea ever. So I think one thing I think is unnecessary is actually the JSON stringify here. Just the expansion should do it fine. But yeah, right now, like this will need like a complete revamp. I will basically need like a proper module that just handles all the memory for me and like initializes things if they are not initialized, sets default values if you know things don't have values and whatnot. Like all this stuff I really want to have, because like let's say I enter a new room, right? Like if I have a spawn in the room, I just want to immediately have set up with the with things like the number of jobs and all these things. Okay. Creep. Yep, it was stored in here. Very cool. So I'm kind of thinking that now it's actually time to build the rampart, the remaining one over here. Because things are starting to kind of stabilize. And I also kind of feel like these drills should perhaps be bigger. Maybe we will see. Like maybe this is actually enough to mine this resource. It actually looks like it might be 200. But it still kind of might make sense to have fewer but bigger drills. Yeah, on the parsing I really need to kind of read up on this. I know that there are like people have already done like libraries that like efficiently store things in like less bits and whatnot. But I mean, right now I'm definitely not there. Like my memory utilization is like 3 kilobytes, so it's like I really shouldn't be caring about memory right now. I mean, I'm sure I will get there. Like I'm sure I will get to a point where, yeah, I will definitely get to a point where I will actually need to try dealing with the memory. Right now I'm kind of getting worried about how quickly my CPU is ramping up. So I will need to do a bit of cleanup on that probably. But yeah, I mean, things are kind of working. Okay, so I will just let this run, but since I already have the remote logic for these basic things, what I would really like to do is to have another observer and have him in this room. So let's just create a flag over here. So this is E26 S2. Okay, and then I need to go in my remote rooms and update this to contain E26S2. Yep, let's store that. So this should generate me an observer. Yeah, there's actually one thing I need to really want to, not really need to, but one thing I really want to look at is actually the, like, how to measure the performance of things and cost of things and so on. Okay, so we have an observer heading to that room, which is very cool. Now I will need the logic to create the like special creep that actually can claim the sources, the controllers, I mean. Get used. Oh, so but you like put it around the code you want to measure? That's how you do it? Okay, so we will need to claim this controller. So that was a special type of creep. I remember that from somewhere. So over here under creeps, There's the claim. Claim a neutral room controller. Reserves a neutral room controller for 1 tick per body part. Okay, so how can... So does this mean... Okay, I don't quite get it. So does this mean 1 tick per claim body part or 1 tick per any body part? Don't quite know. Okay, but anyway, so 600, I might be able to afford having 2 of per claim body part. Okay, so I literally need to have So I basically need to start upgrading the controller immediately. Like there's no way around that, right? Do I get that correctly? Like there's no... Even if I had 2 claim body parts, like that doesn't really help. It would just be 2 ticks. I literally just need to start upgrading it on the next tick. Yeah, I mean, that would be my understanding. Okay, so let's think this through. So first of all, there's still a couple of things I want to build, so I can build more extensions. So let's do that. I'm not sure if I'm understanding correctly. One thing is downgrade always, so 2 tick will give you 1 tick profit to help you to the cap of 5k. So okay, so what is a tick in this context then? And maybe that's the part I'm not really getting. Like a tick I would understand is like 1 tick of the game. And in the meantime, I will actually count how many of these I will have. So this is 10, 20, 30, 40. 40 times 50, that's 2,300, I think, altogether, what I can build. So I could do a creep that has 2, maybe even 3 claim body parts. Oh no, this guy is confused again. Wait a second, did I not name this correctly? E26S2. Ah, okay, I totally misunderstood that then. Okay. Right, so I just keep doing the claim thing over and over. I mean reserve, and then basically each of the calls will add me that many reservation ticks. Okay, sure, I get it. But I don't get why this observer is so confused. Come on, man, like you should... What the heck is happening? View memory. No, doesn't want to. So annoying. So we have the observer E26S2. So your room is E26S2. Oh yeah, actually maybe that's what I should be doing instead of the... Okay, let me change the logic a little bit. So not creep room, creep.memory.room, yeah, .room. And let's just push this. But then I'm still not sure like why this one is so confused. Because really it shouldn't be. It still keeps... Yeah, no, still doesn't really want to do it. Oh, it's because of the stupid swamp. Because it cannot move enough to get out of the... Oh geez, that's annoying. It's actually kind of an awesome, like, natural defense. Like, if you don't have enough movement to get out of the swamp, you will get teleported back. That's kind of amazing. Well... It's just bloody annoying. What's the cost on a swamp? It was like super high, right? Screeps documentation, move, decreases the fatigue. Come on, move. Damn it, where was the like description of the costs? Ten on swamp. So I would need 5 move. Wait, yes, 5 moves to move through swamps without any issue. I mean, okay, well, that makes the observers way more expensive, but okay, I guess. No, but the problem is, like, I think if it's in the... If it's in these, like, arrows, it will just get teleported to the other side, no? Isn't that what's happening? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding how this works. But I thought these are like exit tiles, and if you are standing on them, you get teleported to the other room. It can't path onto them. Okay. Okay, let me add some logging. To see kind of what's happening. Observer creep dot name moving to flag creep dot memory dot room, and over here couldn't find flag. Yep. So let's just push this and let's see what's happening. I mean, it shouldn't, but I mean, let's see. Moving to the flag. I mean, it does say moving to the flag, but then it doesn't move. Which is very confusing. Yeah, I'm doing exactly that right now. Result of move function is function for creep.name. Okay, let's try this again. So what do we have? So this one has 0 because that one is already standing on the flag, and this one gets -2. So what is -2? Move minus what? Move to. Wait, error no path. What the hell? What? How do you not have a what? Yeah, I think it's really something to do with the swamp, I think. I mean, okay, let me just change the position of this to like here. Yeah, this is very strange. It basically cannot find a path to this thing. But yeah, I strongly suspect it has to do with the swamp somehow. And the problem is, I don't know how to fix this. Yeah, definitely. You know what? Let me do I will do a bit of cheating. Oh, you cannot build walls if you don't have a controller. That's annoying. Well, then I cannot really cheat. I kind of wanted to like block out these spaces, so it would have to be forced to like go through here. Creep dot so there's like different algorithms for finding the path. Maybe just one of them is freaking out for whatever reason. Let me... Where is the window? Here. But I want position. There's definitely... Yeah, this thing, room position. Sure, okay, wait, but, okay, one thing at a time. So first of all, creep dot move to, where are you? Move to, yeah, but this doesn't really... Yeah, but what I'm saying is the find path... jump point... No, wait a second. This isn't what I'm... room dot find path. But there were also... Am I just going crazy? Like, wait, or is that on the like get the closest one? Because one of these... I mean, okay, so I know that I need room visibility, but this creep's purpose is to give me room visibility. That's like, these are observers that I just kind of spread around into rooms. Okay. Unless I'm going completely crazy, there were like different pathing algorithms. But maybe that was only on the find closest. Yeah, the room position and then find closest. Get position at. Yeah, this Dijkstra algorithm. Yeah, so but okay, so but this is a different thing. I was just thinking about if I could put... No, the problem is like if I do the find doesn't help me. Because this just finds the closest, it doesn't give me the path to it. Yeah, there's like these... Yeah, I'm not really looking for that. I'm just trying to kind of override the logic in it. So you know what? I will do this. Find path 2, and then opts. Wait, swamp cost 1. Yeah, okay. So then creep, move by path. Okay, let's just do it step by step. So const path is this. Because I really think it's the stupid swamp that's screwing up the algorithm. So this returns the path, right? Path step. Okay, sure. Creep, move by path. Yeah, let's just try to do this. But yes, I know it does, but it doesn't have these, does it? Or am I just being... Yeah, I know I should be like memorizing it. Okay, give me a second. So you are saying creep, move to. So there is reuse path, serialize memory, no pathfinding, visualize path, any option support. Any option supported by find path. Okay. I totally like that. That's the part I skipped. Okay. Yeah. So sure, let's try it with the swamp set to 1. Yeah, this window. Okay. So let's see. Yes, that was it. Wait a second. Shouldn't swamps be more expensive? How is it able to move through a swamp in 1 tick? Oh, because it has only a movement body part, so it's like weight is 0, no? How does it work? If you only have move and nothing else, does that mean that you weight nothing and never get fatigue? Am I understanding that correctly? I feel like I'm exploring like really weird corner cases. But I mean, it looks like that's what's happening. Okay, cool. Good to know. Oh jeez. Okay, this is so much fun. Right. Okay, so we have fixed our observers. They will be very resilient now. So can I now figure out how to claim this stupid controller? So I will need a special new role that will be targeting a specific controller in a room, which will be basically very similar to the remote miners, except it will just do a different thing. It will not mine, it will go here and, you know, claim this thing. But then I also need to upgrade this with resources. And once it reaches like level 1 or something, I can actually build a spawn, right? Or something. Let's keep like forgetting where are my windows. Okay. Screeps documentation. Back to docs. Yeah, so that's what I want to do, but the thing is, then I want to build a spawn, right? Oh wait, the reserve also increases the energy in sources. Oh crap, I should be doing that. Okay. I totally did not know that. Wow, like it, geez, like this is cool stuff I'm learning. Okay, control, and not this one. Okay, room control level can be claimed with a claim. Instantly puts the room under your control. And Ulysses control allows you to build one spawn in the room. In order for you to build extra spawns, roads, blah blah blah. Okay, but so the important thing now is what I want to understand is if I claim a controller, I still need to get builders into the room to actually build the spawn, right? Like it will not be, it will just be a construction site, right? There isn't like anything magical about the spawn that I just get a spawn with like 300 energy units in it or something crazy like that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this will be basically spawn. Yeah, okay. So I will need a creep to claim. I will need remote builders, I guess. How much energy does a spawn take to build? And I guess room structure spawn. Okay. I think like for this I kind of need to have like a bootstrap. Damn it, what would be the best way to do this? I'm kind of trying to figure out how to make this in like a repeatable way where I can basically just say like go and claim this room and it will just happen. But maybe that's actually an overkill, I don't know. Flag base is a good place to start. Better ways can come later. Sure. Okay. So how do I do this? I can basically have remote workers. I can basically have like remote workers where they go to a room, to a flag, and once they reach the flag, they flip to being controlled by that spawn. But I mean, okay, so then that's again a chicken and egg problem, because then at the beginning I don't really have a spawn. Oh, interesting, there is actually a ruin that already has 300 resources in it. Huh. I also need to think about the layout. So I will have a drill here and then drill somewhere around this thing, probably on the south. So it kind of makes sense to have my spawn like somewhere around in here, because like there will be my creeps going like over here, and then from this one down here. Yeah, but the thing is, since I optimize for drills, this is completely useless to me. I will actually need to surround it by walls for my drills to work properly. Which is like, you know, I kind of understand why this is, you know, amazing for people that use like normal miners, but with my drills I need to make sure that there's only like one direction that I can drill from. Yeah, it's kind of amazing, but yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so back to the documentation. Damn it, let me just close this, because this is really confusing me. Okay, so control, no, I want to have a look at the creep. Where are you? Here. Okay. Okay, so just if I have a claim part, I can just claim the neutral controller and I immediately get access. With the reserve, I'm just reserving it for particular amount of ticks. Okay, sure. Things are starting to kind of fall into positions in my head. Okay, so I definitely need like one guy like this, which is reasonably easy because I just need to send him to a specific location. Yeah, that's fine. But because of the stupid swarms, I will... Oh, actually, I'm not starting to think. The fact that this guy has like 0 fatigue always, that actually could be what was breaking the pathfinding. Because technically, like, there might be some division by 0 or something like that happening somewhere in the pathfinding code. that would actually make total sense. Because I just started to thinking about like, okay, will this break for my other creeps as well? And I literally think like the problem was that this thing just has 0 movement cost. Thank you for the follow. From previous builds and update to fit where you need. Sure. I mean, I'm just building everything from scratch, but I mean, yeah, my code is actually on GitHub, so if you want to just take it, and I'm pretty sure I put it with like a permissive license. Give me a second. Screeps. Let's just put it over here. Oh, I just left the unlicensed license, which is a public domain code essentially. So yeah, like feel free to just grab it and use it. I don't mind. It will always be like slightly behind, you know, what I'm doing on the stream, because I always kind of play with stuff offline a bit. And then I just update the repository like periodically, but yeah. Well then, cool. Welcome to the stream. I'm very fresh to Screeps as well, so you know. This is an episode number 3, and so that basically means I have spent like 3 times 4 hours on Screeps, and that's it. Okay. I didn't? I thought I did. But it's totally possible that I didn't, because I keep screwing up things all the time, so it wouldn't surprise me if that happened. Oh crap, yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah. I will do that after the stream. So the coding interface is whatever you wanted. I'm using Visual Studio Code. So this is slightly specific. So this is actually the TypeScript starter. So I'm using TypeScript to write the code. And basically what you do, you get this command that you probably cannot see from my widgets, but let me just put it up. So you just run this when you want to push your code to the main environment, and you can also push to like other environments like the simulation environment and whatnot. But yeah, basically you just code locally. Like if you want, you can have like local tests and stuff, just fine. And then just push the code to the main server when you want. And I would definitely recommend using TypeScript, because I mean, I am biased because I'm like my main language is C++. But I would definitely claim that like raw JavaScript is very, very mind-bending language, and probably not recommended for your mental health, all things considered. Okay. So I feel like I want something very similar to the observer to just claim. So have you done any programming languages at all? And by that I mean like, you know, something where you actually write logic, not just like markup stuff. Because you could also, I think there are starter projects for Python, which basically gets cross-compiled into ASM.js, which is like assembler in JavaScript. I have no idea how well that works, but it's an option. So it really depends on like what's your language preference, but I kind of find TypeScript a pretty reasonable language. Like there's still the JavaScript weirdness peeking through from time to time. But for the most part, it's like a very, like the type system is a very clean object-oriented programming language. Basically everything is based on messages, you know, like if a thing looks like a thing, then it's that thing, and it's a model that many languages implement. So, you know, yeah. I mean, if you are familiar with like strongly typed languages, then TypeScript definitely is not horrible. And if I may interest you in this, give me a second. Need to do a little bit of self-promotion because I have a chance, so I need to go for it. So I have this very short series of senior C++ dev learns JavaScript. In actuality, it's learning TypeScript, not JavaScript, which was a bit of a issue for some people. So this is like a pretty short series that I did where I actually, you know, went through the tutorials. No, I guess not really the tutorials, but okay, come on, stop bothering me and just play. Let's do it. Yeah, so I'm just going through like the TypeScript handbook and, you know, going through it step by step, testing the code and seeing how it happens, trying different things. And then at the end I created a small project. Let me just go to here, repositories, where do I have it? Learning JavaScript, right. It's just like a very small project that's running what is it called? Free missionaries, free cannibals problem. So it's like a very simple backtracking thing. Not very long code, you know, pretty simple stuff. So if you kind of want to watch someone learning TypeScript, this is an option. Like, how do you manage? Like, how do you manage to, like, it's, I don't mean it like, you know, in a bad way, but I'm genuinely impressed by people that manage to write JavaScript code. Because there's like, it's like, you know, people that do like, you know, rope acrobatics with like no safeties and no like safety net on the ground or something. I'm like, how is your code not breaking all the time? It's genuinely impressive. I mean, sure, but how do you know that you didn't miss an if somewhere? Like, that's the big thing about TypeScript. It's like, if you like forget to check against an undefined or null, it will tell you, hey, like this thing can still be undefined. Like, are you like you cannot assign it to variable that's just a number. Yeah, I mean, it's. I guess maybe if I like learned that from the start, I would kind of be used to that mental model, but it's very like for me it's very scary. It's like, okay, like how do you know that you didn't miss an if somewhere, and how like if then things start breaking, like how do you know like which if you are missing? Yeah, I mean, okay, so with ESLint, okay, so I mean, technically, you can just use TypeScript just through the annotations, right? Like, you don't have to compile it. You can just annotate, certain things as a specific types, and then with ESLint, it will just do the checking. Yeah. Yeah, JavaScript is okay. Like synchronous JavaScript is very uncomplicated. The moment you put async in there, it like that wrecks my brain, because it's a very different like async model than any other language, and it's really like figuring out if I have a race condition in my code in JavaScript is just like it's wrecking my brain super hard. Okay, so if we have a claimer, we just first want to send it into the correct room. I think that's fine. Then if we are inside of the room, we want to basically do this logic, except we are not looking for a parking flag. We are parking flag. We are looking for creep.room.controller. So if there isn't a controller, then we have screwed up somewhere, because we definitely expect to have a controller, because otherwise why are we sending this guy to this room? Claimer ended claimer creep creep.id. Yeah, okay. Ended up in a room without a controller, and then just the room name. So that would be creep.room.name. Okay, and yeah, just return. Don't do anything else. But if we have a controller, then what we want to do is do the move to. And I think, okay, let's just try to do it without the modifying the cost of the swamp. But if it gets stuck again, then yeah, that's something I will have to do. So move to creep.room.controller. Oh, I guess actually creep.claim claim controller, and this takes a controller, so yeah, this thing. And if this is error, what was it? There's like an out of range error that I keep using everywhere. Error not in range. Yeah, that's the one. Error not in range. So if we are not in range, then we want to move to the controller. And yeah. Oh, let's just keep logging the the movement results. This is a thing I will remove eventually, but for now, since you know the previous Screeps were getting stuck on the entrance to the room, I really want to make sure that it doesn't really happen. Okay, so let's just recheck this again. So first we're trying to path our way into the room, into the target room. The moment we are in the room, so if the route is longer than 0, then we still need to move, so we keep moving towards the room. Easy. But the moment we are in the room, we want to figure out if there is a controller. If there is a controller, then we want to claim it. If we are not next to it, then we move to it. Done. Okay. So that will be the claimer. And I'm still not sure how exactly I want to do, like, the builders that I want to send with it. Yeah, probably what would work well would be kind of a modification. Yeah, I mean, I know what type of like what the creep body part should look like, but I think I can kind of reuse my remote miners, except instead of them dropping the resources, they will basically try to find something to build in that room. So they will have a source designated to them, but instead of dropping the resources, they will just go and build. Yeah, I think that actually makes perfect sense, and that will allow me to bootstrap things. Yeah, right, okay. No, but the thing is, okay, so how quickly does it downgrade? Because, so the way my entire system works is, if I basically loop over the rooms I control, it will just straight up work. Because the moment I have a spawn, I can just start treating that room as any other room and just start spawning the things I need. Like, I can start spawning the drills, I can start spawning the workers, have the same, you know, resource allocation logic and job scheduling logic that I have in the other rooms. It's just that I need to get to that point. Like, the bootstrap is the thing I'm trying to figure out right now. Right, so actually one more thing I should do is, so right now my workers, if we go to my respawn, so my workers are right now predefined, right? Like, I have a worker that has like 4 working parts, 4 carry, 4 move. I should just make this scalable based on the resources available right now, not really right now, but like based on the resource capacity of my spawn, right? Like, if I'm in a room that just has the, you know, simple spawn with 300 energy in it, then I should just be spawning workers that are work, carry, move, and that's it. If I'm in a room that has a bunch of extensions, then I should be spawning much more expensive workers. Yes, okay, so let's... Where would I do that? Somewhere in here, right? Like... Yeah, so the thing is now that I still kind of have the logic to like spawn specialized creeps, but I don't really want that anymore, honestly. So, okay, let's just make a new function Yeah, let's first do this thing. So I will start spawning specialized workers that are sized based on the capacity available. And then literally the only thing I need to do is really the bootstrap, and then immediately the spawn should start spawning small workers and then ramp up as I build up the extensions. And the workers will just do everything. Like they will, you know, build things, they will upgrade the spawn, all this stuff. Okay, so let's do this. So let's call it respawn sized workers. So spawn, I don't have the role because now the role will be always worker. And minimum, sure, we can have minimum, that's fine. Okay, so if you're already spawning, do nothing, then creep roll. Yeah, okay, we check if we need to spawn something. Okay, so roll const roll is worker. So I just don't have to change the code too much. Okay, but now I need to generate this array. So can I, from my spawn dot, is there information about the like capacity of my energy store? No, but this I think will just return me. Okay, let's what I'm trying to figure out if I need to loop over all the extensions in the room, or if I can from the spawn figure out like the maximum energy budget thing, right? Room object has energy capacity stuff. Okay. Room object effects pos room energy available, energy capacity available, total amount of energy capacity of all spawns and extensions in the room. Excellent. Okay, so then spawn, oops, what the heck? Oh, I cannot spell, that's the problem. Spawn dot room dot energy capacity available. Okay, so I know that the basic cost is, let's go back to the creep. So it's 50 plus 100 plus 50 to just have move, work, carry. So that's 200. So let's just do divided by 200 const max pieces, and I think if what I'm kind of thinking that I need to do is I will definitely need some sort of math.floor or something like that. Probably not like this. How the heck does it actually work? Like this, math.floor, yeah. And let's do math.min of this, and of yeah, but I don't really want to size my workers based on the available energy, because what would happen then is if I have a energy deficit for whatever reason, like let's say I'm suddenly building stuff, right? I'm spending the energy. I don't want like small workers to be spawned during that period of time, because that's like a temporary dip that will, you know, equalize over the time, and then I end up with like small inefficient workers. So yeah, but I don't also want to go crazy. So let's just say let's just say that we go up to 5 pieces of each thing. Right now I go up to 4, right? Let me just recheck that. Yes. So let's just say that we go up to 5 for now, and we can tweak these numbers. Like that's kind of the great thing about having these kind of functions. I can always kind of come in and just tweak it a little bit. Okay, so now how is there like an easy way to do this? For let I equals 0, I less than max species, I plus plus. Like this is like the most straightforward way I can think about how to do this. So let array of body parts be new array of, what the heck does this actually want to spawn? Body part constant. Okay. Array, come on. Body part constant, right. And then what we want to do is just array of body parts, push work, push okay, body no, record body parts constant. No, this is a number. I mean, yes, that's mostly what AI is. It's called decision trees. And a lot of AI ends up being decision trees. And even like if you are doing machine learning, you are probably setting up the like thresholds on those decision trees, but you are still using decision trees. Oh, so there isn't. Oh no, there's like a okay. So so it's just straight up the like proper name. Okay. Just overthinking this again for absolutely no reason. Respawn here. So push a move, come on, move, push a work, and array of body parts, push a carry. Okay. And then what we want to do is we want to spawn array of body parts, new name, memory, role, sure, spawn, room name, work. Okay. This should all be fine. Let me just test it very quickly. So I will just go and kill one worker in my main room, and that should actually give me a 5-piece worker. So let's pick someone who's not doing much. Creep. Sure, you look like you are not really busy, so let's just kill you. Now this thing. Oh yes, okay, I didn't flip the. Why do I keep doing this? I'm not actually calling this code. Damn it. So respawn sized workers from the evil spawn evil dot room dot memory limits creeps workers as number. Okay, and these thing can go away, and this needs to be imported. Yep. Okay. Every freaking time I'm like, oh, this is all done, but then I don't actually code the code. Okay, this should be fine now. Yeah, so let's grab this guy, come on, and let's kill him as well. So after this creep is spawned, we should be moving on to the next one. And that one should actually have 5 body parts. I mean, 5 of each body part. That's what I kind of wanted to say. Oh, come on, tick faster, game. Oh, we actually have like reasonable amount of resources in our spawn, in our storage. So this is building 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's working. Cool. So now I have the logic, and the stupid rampart has decayed again. This is... Yeah, I will need to change the logic with the repair. Like, the problem with the ramparts is they get built with one life, and then they need to be repaired. But since those are 2 different jobs with different priorities, it just keeps decaying again. But yeah, it's definitely a thing I need to fix for sure. We have the workers thing. Yeah, I could. And it actually... The problem is... No, I could actually... What I could do is I could only repair things that are within like the optimal radius of a tower with towers, and then just leave everything else to the repairman. That would probably be the best idea. Because the tricky part with the towers is that like the further the thing is, the less efficient the like spending of resources is. Okay. So back to our claimer. So the claimer is ready. I need remote builders. Yes. So let's do remote builder. Yeah. And let's just copy the logic from the remote miner, except instead of the store resources by ID logic, what I will have is command.build logic. I think I think the build logic will just try to find stuff in the same room. Creep room find, yes. So that should be good enough. So basically the moment I send them there, yes, but I need the memory for this as well. So for the remote miners, what I'm doing is I'm actually storing how many miners per like resource source. Source? Yes, whatever. Energy source. How many I have per energy source. Now with the builders this will be exactly the same, except the only difference is they are not storing the energy, they're just building stuff. And I think I will have it running for a while like this, that they just go to the room, mine the resources, and they just build stuff. And then eventually I will just get rid of them, basically which will mean that my main spawn will stop spawning, you know, these things. And everything will be just handled by the spawn that's in the room. Okay. So I think that's all very sensible. So let's do it. Let's add in my main. So I already have remote rooms, observer map, remotely mined sources. Okay, that's fine. Remote miners map. So I can actually use this. Yeah, because then there's no reason why I need to separate the miners for the remote from the remote builders. Okay, but 2 more imports, so I need import star as claimer from logic claimer, and then import star as remote builder from logic remote builder. Cool. So then over here-ish we do case remote builder, run the logic for remote builder. So remote builder dot run, and if we have a claimer, then remote no, claimer dot run. Okay. So I need to define a claimer and remote builder. So remote builder will be just the same as the remote miners. There's no reason to have anything special there. So in the respawn, let's just copy the remote miner to remote builder, but the claimer will be different. So claimer will be move. Wait a second. Does the claim require energy, or does it just work like without any input? Where is the window again that I want to look at? Oh, this one, right. Claims and neutral room controller. So I guess what I'm asking is, if I have a claim and move, is that enough? Do I need carry to have some energy with me? Okay, so yeah, let's just make it claim and move then. Oops. Okay, so now for the fancy stuff. So we have all the logic wired up. Now ensure sources have drills. Right. So in the respawn, I just basically want to copy this thing. And man, will I need a big refactoring? I can already see that there's like so much copy-pasted code around. It's ridiculous. Ensure sources have builders will be this thing. So I just give it sources. Ooh, okay, so the sources will need to be a separate thing, definitely. The drill map I can keep the same, that's fine. Okay, sources already, drill map, get, blah, blah. So this will not be a drill. Wait, what? No, this is the wrong function, damn it. not this function. I want the function remote sources miners. Yes, this one. Okay. This one I want to copy paste. So remote source has builders. Okay, so what does this take again? So it takes a source, a drop off. So this one wouldn't take a drop off because there's no drop, like there's nothing to drop off anywhere. So the role will be remote builder. Memory creeps. I find all the remote builders. I count them. Yes, then we go here. And yeah, there's actually a better way to do this, but that's fine for now. Remote builder over here. We grab it by role, the room name and the source ID, and no drop. This goes away. Spawning, yep. Now, where is this thing getting called? In my main. Yep. Remote reminded sources, right. Yes, so I want remotely something sources. I don't know what I will call it, but yeah, basically the same idea. So source of remotely used sources. I still, yeah, we will need to figure out some better naming. Okay. If we don't have a storage, don't really care about that. Hello, welcome to the channel, and thank you for the follow. Remotely used sources, so remote, we can reuse the map, the same one that we have for the miners, because I should never have both builders and miners on the same source, because that's just silly. Source. I want remote. Has builders. And why is this complaining about? Unknown is not assignable. That is quite interesting. So this should be as a source, honestly. Like it would be super impressive if any, like, you know, coding stream would end up being like super high up on Twitch. That would kind of be crazy, honestly. I'm not saying it cannot happen, but yeah, I mean, what can definitely happen. Yeah, sorry, don't I need to set up these commands. Damn it. Yeah. I need to set up all the stuff. Yeah, thanks for linking. Okay, so remotely use sources. Let's go to where this thing is defined. Yep. Let's call it remote build sources, because that's yeah, let's call it remote use sources, so it's at least slightly consistent with what I'm doing here. Okay, then on the other side, this will need to get serialized. Okay, so down here, remote used sources. Yep. What are comp? Because I don't have it in my memory. Okay, remote use sources will be a string. Okay, so now if I in my memory set the remotely used sources, miners should get, well, builders should get spawned and just go to the location. And I think that should just straight up work. Okay. Now, that's an amazing name, Professor Dumbledank. And welcome to the stream. So I think we still need a way to spawn the we still need a way to spawn the claimer. How would I do that? I can do it through flags, I guess. So maybe if I something like game.flags claim. So if I have a flag that has a name claim, that means I need a claimer. But then I also don't want to spawn like multiple of them. So maybe actually I want similar logic from my drills. So with my drills, I kind of ensure that I don't have multiple of one drill per destination. So maybe I can just do this. Yeah. Or actually, wait, so I already have the observers, right? Where are they? Remote sources, builders, respawn workers, respawn. Where are my observers? They are definitely... Oh yeah, ensure room has observers. Rooms have observers, right? Man, I will need to stop soon because I'm starting to not read things correctly. So, okay. So I'm kind of thinking that it should be a similar logic as it basically I have a list of rooms that I want to control. And basically if I don't control the room, I just make sure that there is a worker that's kind of going to do that. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I want to do. So ensure controllers are owned. Okay, so we need a spawn point. That's definitely, we get the rooms, we get the, so this will not be the observer map, this will be the controller map. Then spawning set string. Yeah, I still want the spawning for sure. Okay. So controller map. Do I want to do it by room? Yes. You get the creep. If I don't have the creep, then claimer with the room thing. Spawning has it should be a claimer name. Roles claimer. Oh, damn it. Claimer. Okay, now what did I if I remember correctly from, which I actually don't, so I need to look it up. Damn it. What did I put into the logic for the claimer? Creep.room, creep.memory room. So it goes into a room, and then when it's in the room, it tries to find the controller in the room. Okay, so everything is room based, so that's good. Okay, so the logic doesn't really need to change. So we still give it the room name and working through, that's fine. But I want to have an extra thing over here. So if damn it, controller map get room, I basically want to check that that I don't have control over the controller in that room. So game.rooms room and game.room rooms. What do you mean I'm still alive? Oh, live, like still streaming. Okay. This is like an overloaded word when, you know, we are playing a game where, you know, things can go, what the heck is happening? Why are my creeps spazzing out completely? Okay, let me just reload this page. This doesn't look correct. Jeez, what the heck is happening? Okay, that was super strange. Okay. So if I can see the room and the room has a controller and I don't own the controller, is how do you do that? How do you check if I own a controller? Oh, so many windows. Structure controller. Here you are. So is active. Owner. Oh. So this is not the reservation. I'm straight up talking about claiming a controller. So that's, I guess, the owner? I think that's it, right? Where do you get the 2 people from? I mean, Twitch is claiming 10 in my like dashboard, so I don't know. My. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Right, so this crazy logic is if I see into a room, then the room has a controller and the controller is mine, then just skip over it. And I guess, okay, actually, so if I don't see into the room, then just continue. If not this, then I need to kind of do this piecemeal. So if game rooms, come on, room dot controller. So if there is no controller, then also just continue. And if there is a controller and I already own it, then also continue. Okay. Okay. Claimer, so this should all be fine, I hope. So then ensure controllers are owned. We'll go into my main. Ensure rooms have observers. Okay, so ensure controllers are owned. We spawn from this spawn. Rooms to control. Controller. It's not damn it, what did I call it? Did I actually make these maps? Oh man, I should really stop streaming because my brain is just skipping. Remote rooms, observer map. Okay, so let's just put rooms to control string. So this actually will be a set of ID, no, set of string, which is a set of strings, the rooms to control. Claimer map will be a string, but in actuality it will be map of string to ID creep. Okay, then I need to put in the serialized, deserialized nonsense again. So let rooms to control be a set string try yeah, this logic again. Oh, what did I do? Okay, so rooms to control, rooms to control, rooms to control, and then instead of the observer map, next to the observer map, I want to have the claimer map. Claimer map. So this thing goes here, here, and here. And then the serialization at the very end again. So memory dot rooms to control will be JSON stringify of rooms to control, and memory dot claimer map will be again the same thing. Claimer map, perfect. Okay, and this thing I will actually need to do like once we claim the room, because I will have a second spawn, so there will be some changes to the main function. Okay. So ensure controllers are owned, evo rooms to control, claimer map, and spawning. Yes, that thing is getting reused all over the place. And this needs to be imported again. I should just do a star import, because at this point this is just getting very, very ridiculous. Okay. Ensure controllers are owned. That thing is fine. And I also need the second thing, which was the ensure sources have builders, right? Did I actually create that? Remote source has miners. Remote source has builders. Oh no, I already did this thing. It was over here. Yeah, it's this remotely used sources. Yeah, okay, so that should all be already working. Now, I think that's kind of it, I think. So let's just try to push this, I guess. Let's go to here. And this keeps like spazzing out. I don't know what's happening. So yeah, let's just push it. So if I look at the memory, I should get a bunch of new options in my memory. Rooms to control, perfect. Okay. So if I now just go and say rooms to control I think it was this one, the E26S2, but let me just double check that. Very quickly. E26S2, yes. I didn't actually have to click on that. So rooms to control, let's just edit as a separate view. So rooms to control, and please refresh for me. Yes. What the? Okay. So E26S2. Okay, please confirm. And now immediately I should get a new creep building, which is not happening for whatever reason. Okay. Why is this not happening? Oh, I might not have visibility into the room. Oh, I'm seeing remote miner not spawned, source not found. Oh, did I... maybe I'm not refreshing my observers correctly. Yeah, so there's no observer in this room, which is obviously incorrect, and there's no observer in this room. Okay, so my observers are broken. Oh, damn it. So what's broken about my observers? Ensure room have observers. I go over room of rooms, observer map get room. Okay, so what's in my memory? Oh, I can have this spawning thing. Like, how does that happen? Oh, the same problem as before, I think. I just need to break out if I have this loop. Ensure rooms have observers. Yeah, then the same logic over here. Damn it. Okay, let me just try to fix all of this. Spawning. Yeah, I think that's it. This stupid cache that's kind of preventing me double spawning things, like it keeps getting corrupted. So yeah, let's just remove it. Let's not do it like that. Oh yeah, it's here. Okay. So let's delete from memory and save. Refresh. I don't think that worked. Now it should be fine. Yes, now it's building an observer. Okay, that's a good first step. Then it should build the second observer already, I think. Maybe not. Why is it not building the second observer? Wait a second, so this one is actually an observer for the E26S2. Wait, what the hell? How do I have... Okay, there's something really broken in my code. Observers. Ah, yes, okay. Yeah, this logic needs to be inside of the observer. So up here. So not, but I will not have the source ID, I will have the room. Creep ID is observer map. Yeah, so this needs to take the observer map, the same as the drills. Yeah. Stupid mistakes. Yeah. So this is taking, yep. That all makes sense. So that applies to observer. Observer map and spawning. What are yeah, because I need to change the signature. And it will also apply to this thing, so there will be a claimer map and spawning. Yeah, because the thing I'm not doing is I mark that a particular creep is spawning, but then I don't clean up the map ever, which is of course bad. So the observer over here needs to be taking observer map, which will be a map of string to ID creep. So observer map get room, yep, and then if the creep ID is different than the ID of this creep, then we just reset it. So observer map set room creep ID, and we delete it from spawning. Yep. Spawning is a set of string. Not yet. I think I will not get to repairing using towers today. And again, it really just goes down to I don't want to be inefficient with my energy, so I would like there will need to be a logic to kind of figure out if the thing is close enough for it to be worthwhile. But yeah. Okay, so this should be now fine. And basically this logic needs to be copied. Yeah, I know that the things exist, it's just, you know, one step at a time. Because, for example, now I'm fixing a pretty big bug that I introduced by just being very sloppy with my coding. Okay, this should improve things significantly. Yes, so this got deleted. What is this thing now building? Remote miner. Okay, cool. So I think this will be still. It's building the claimer now. Good. Okay, we are getting there. Definitely getting there. I still probably need to clean up this part of the memory. But other than that, yeah, okay, now it's not building anything. So, yep, let's just get rid of this thing. And apply. And now it should build the observer for the... Yep, now it's building that. Okay, good. Things are starting to make sense again. Amazing. But yeah, our claimer should be on its route to the destination, which is good. What is this guy doing? It's not moving. Remote miner. Oh, because I don't have a visibility into this room now. Okay, sure. Makes sense. Remote miner. Okay, refresh this. This got cleaned up. Okay. Finally, my memory is starting to be consistent again. Jeez. Okay, I will really need to write some sort of module for managing the memory, because this is just way too distributed and way too brittle. Okay, so this guy, what is this guy? This is the observer, right? Yes. Okay, so this guy, once it moves into the room, okay, so that was actually the claimer that kind of triggered that. Sure, whatever. Okay. This stuff is still building. Now we are building remote miner. Okay, so what I now want to do is in my memory I should have the remote resources to use. So this thing will be a map from the resource ID to the number of builders that I want to have attached to that source. Okay, so let's go into this room. So let's just write down these IDs. So this guy, let's just store it over here, and this guy, and let's just say that I want 3 builders for either of those. Okay. So going into my memory, let's just put it in. So this will be a map of this to a number 3, and map from this to number 3 as well. And yeah, this will make my original spawn super busy. Because now it should start spawning the remote builders. If it has enough resources for that, of course. Which it kind of should have. Oh, we'll see. Okay, what's my resource situation actually? Oh, there's like plenty of resources on the ground. Okay, since that's the case, let me... Where's my limits? Okay. Let's just bump the number of workers to 8. Yeah, I'm really doing that. I mean, first of all, I actually have bunch of well, I have some resources in my storage. But the core thing is that I have plenty of resources on the ground, which always kind of signifies that there's, you know, an opportunity to have more workers. Hello, and welcome to the channel. Filter 1. Okay, this is building a worker, which is good. What's my control situation here? I mean, okay, nothing much happening. Okay, let's quickly jump to... Yeah, okay, so the claimer has entered the room. Let's see if it's... Yeah, it's stuck the same way the previous guy was stuck. Okay, so I need to change the logic again in the claimer, and changing the... where the heck is it? This one. So swamp cost 1. Yeah, it's super annoying that this is happening, but I mean, what can you do? And this should help this guy now to move, or maybe not. Let's see. It still doesn't seem to... Oh no, now it's moving. Okay. Yeah, I think he has plenty of time. I mean, it will take him forever to like trudge through the swamps. But yeah. Okay, but this basically tells me that I also need to actually modify my remote builders to have the same logic, because they will just get stuck there. Oh, damn it. Oh, crap. I also have a bug here. This should just build this. There shouldn't be any storage happening. So, drill logic. Okay, but that means I need to change the drill logic. Do I really want to? Like, this is so annoying. I don't know why it's happening. I will need to ask around on the Slack, because this is really strange. And I mean, obviously this isn't really a fix, this is like a weird workaround that just makes it work, but I don't actually want my creeps to go through the swamps, because that's just a bad idea. Like right now you can see, like, this guy is just like, the routing is completely screwed up because it will just keep going through the swamps as if they are not swamps. So I actually need to, I think it will manage in like 400 ticks to get there, but it's still kind of, yeah, not amazing. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to our main spawn. So we are spawning another worker, which is good. There's like plenty of stuff to repair. Wait, why did you just turn around? That was weird. Oh no, I know why. Damn it. Oh well. Yeah, that's a side effect of the way I allocate jobs. It's kind of... yeah, it kind of makes sense, but it's also kind of annoying. So because the refill has a higher priority, it basically has overridden the build command. Okay, so we should get another worker here. Let's see, what are we at? Now, and I will need to build another drill because this guy died. Okay. Yeah, okay, I think this will take a while for things to actually happen, so I think this would be a really good place to end the stream, because, you know, I have things kind of set up and I will monitor it, but it will take a lot of ticks for things to kind of end up happening. Like this guy, I mean, he should definitely get there at some point. It's just like, it will take him a while to claim it, and then once it's claimed I can start building the spawn, and yeah, there's like many steps to happen. Okay then, so just give me a second. I want to have a look. Let's see, do we have... Okay. So let's do this. Okay, so I will be signing out. Thanks a lot for dropping by. It has been amazing. Watch out on the GitHub repo for updates, because I will be definitely updating the code there. And let's go raid someone. See you guys next time.